Arnold Schwarzenegger's motorbike scenes in Terminator 2 were mostly performed by his stunt double. James Cameron humorously revealed in the audio commentary that nearly 90% of the bike shots had to be done by the stuntman because Arnold found it difficult to balance and ride the motorcycle while handling the shotgun at the same time. Cameron also recalled wanting Arnold to drive faster and make sharper turns in certain scenes, but Arnold jokingly apologized, admitting the stunts were much harder than they looked.
Now that's Arnold really pulling out. And I remember the first take, he came out kind of slow. And I called him on the radio when he reset for the second take. And I said, Arnold, is there any way that you can come out onto the street and make that turn a little bit quicker? Get the motorcycle to make the turn a little bit quicker. And he said, not with me on it. And I always love that about Arnold. I mean, he loves to do stunts, and he really loves it, but he knows his limitations. He's really finely calibrated that way. So we worked it out. We just went to a longer lens and undercranked slightly, and it looks like he's really hauling butt.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I was only online for 6 hours. Here's what I just figured out. Uber's algorithm has an earnings ceiling on you. Uber has a speed limit, and it's not miles per hour. It's dollars per hour. Today, I'm going to show you the 8 exact hacks that I use to beat that ceiling. If you want to survive as a driver, you need to start understanding these patterns and use them against Uber. Welcome to Mastering the Rideshare Game. This is episode 9.
Ride X-Serve.
The earnings ceiling. Proof your earnings are capped. Does Uber stop you from earning a particular amount per hour, or does it just feel that way? The hourly earning cap is not a conspiracy anymore. We've got data to prove it. I want you to look at this screenshot from Chris from our WhatsApp community. You see that massive spike on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. He was crushing it, making over $100 an hour because there was a snowstorm where he was driving. And now, look what happened. Immediately after, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the busiest days of the week, and yet the next 3 days on the weekend were dead silent. Why? Because I believe the algorithm has a target on you, a ceiling. I believe the Uber algorithm will not allow most drivers to make more than $17 to $20 per hour on average. When you are earning over $60 an hour or $70 an hour, you are over budget. You're making too much money. So the Uber algorithm puts you in a penalty box and forces your average to go down. I believe Uber does this in order to balance the money out and spread it across all drivers equally. The algorithm treats your earnings like a thermostat. If you go too hot and make too much money, it turns the AC on to cool you off. It will force feed you trash until you drop back down to your market average. Yes, Uber does slow you down and stop you from earning more money if you make it very quickly. When your earnings spike, the app will slow you down and bring your earnings back down. Now you've seen the proof and the hourly cap is real. Let's talk about how we can break out of this instantly. The session flush. How to delete the algorithm's memory. When you are in the penalty box, is it better to keep grinding taking trash rides, or do the unthinkable. A lot of drivers try to force it. They see a $5 ride, they try to grind through and take it, so maybe the Uber algorithm is gonna like them. Please stop that. That's exactly what the shitty AI algorithm wants you to do. Close the Uber algorithm app. Just like the new incognito window or browser tab that you open at 2 o'clock in the morning and then kind of regret it. They want you to give that profit back with cheap labor. But this is the hack. It's called the session flush for a reason. Just like when you go to the bathroom, maybe you do number 1, maybe you do number 2, and hopefully you remember to flush that shit down. If you hit that big ride and make a lot of money very quickly, then you're waiting 10, 15 minutes and nothing's coming up and it's silence or really bad offers, turn the shitty app off. Close the app. Log off. Maybe even turn your phone off for 15 minutes. You're basically forcing the app to be closed and you're clearing it from your cell phone's cache or memory. Why? Because the algorithm tracks the session that you're driving. By going offline for 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, you're forcing the app to forget the current session that you were logged in, which is technically over budget. You're making too much money. You are basically hitting Uber with the Men in Black memory wipe, telling Uber, you did not see me make $60 an hour. I believe when you log back in, you are re-entering the driver pool as a clean, fresh, new driver. While you are flushing your Uber session, you can always drive Lyft, DoorDash, Spark, right? You're not losing money. You're just changing who's going to pay you. In most markets, the driver priority queue refreshes every 15
Welcome
to 20
to Neighborhood Watch, a brand new co-op horde experience set in the Venice canals. You and your friends will play as the Bobcats, a ragtag group of college kids left behind in the LA evacuation. With 5 days to prepare before an undead horde descends on your shelter, you'll spend the first 4 days gathering supplies and completing objectives, readying yourselves for the final wave of zombies.
Other drivers. And if it doesn't work,
venturing
let
out,
us know in
you'll
the
need
comments
to assemble your
so the
squad.
other drivers
Each
learn
Bobcat
don't
offers a
trust
unique class
One more thing.
with signature weapons,
Penalty boss
talents,
is
and
not the
abilities
only
to
time
level up
Uber
and
squeezes
customize.
you.
The chemist class specializes in cooking up corrosive booby traps and explosive concoctions ideal for giving the undead a warm welcome to the neighborhood. Medics are a pivotal part of any successful team. They can drop deployable med stations for healing and even assist teammates to help stack the odds in your favor. And last but not least, with their signature crossbows, meat stick traps, firecrackers, and throwing knives, hunters prefer to keep the streets clean by dealing heavy damage from a distance.
You decide not to take it, so you said no.
In Neighborhood Watch, there is no Fury mode to get you out of a tight spot. So playing to each other's strengths and working as a team is key to survival. As each day passes, you'll earn the chance to unlock powerful rewards, like new abilities, rare weapons, traps, and shelter defenses. But with only one reward to choose from each day, you'll need to pick wisely as you gear up for the impending siege. On the fifth and final day, you'll need to fortify your shelter with the DIY defenses you've unlocked throughout your playthrough. And get ready for an intense, wave-based scenario that will test not only your skills, but your ability to work as a team. The only question that remains is, are you ready? Welcome to the Watch, Bobcats. See you in LA.
Less drivers, more riders. Do not take the next shitty offer that Uber driver gives you, learn to be patient, because this is when you can possibly get a nice big fat ride that comes out. You can cherry pick it if you are the patient one. The algorithm is begging some dumb driver to take this offer, but just say no. Make the Uber algorithm pay you. The cards are on your side. If a ride boomerangs back to you, you are no longer an option. You are the necessity. It means you are the only car in the area. Sit on your hands until the price is right. Real talk, real quick. These days, I am only driving 2 days a week, around 12 hours a day, to make around $300 a week. This is possible because for over a year, I've been doing private rides. I have a course called Start Your Own Rideshare Business. It's the first link in the description. If you are serious about building your own private clients and you want to get out of driving for Uber and Lyft, the link in the description is for you. Check it out. You will not be disappointed. Have you ever noticed when you are ready to end your Uber session and quit and go home, the amount of money on those rides tends to be very low? Let me teach you the trick or the hack to deal with this situation. The heading home tax. Why do rides heading towards your home or in that direction significantly pay you less money versus rides going away from your home? This is what I call the heading home tax. Take a look at this screenshot. $25 to drive 41 miles. That is insulting. That is charity work. Only reason I'm getting a lowball offer is because this ride is towards my way home. This is a pattern with the app. It basically knows that you're going home, so it's going to start giving you lowball offers significant amount of times. You are going to go home in that direction anyway, so Uber's going to tax you. And my solution to this, unfortunately, you might not like, but look, if you are heading home anyway, it's okay to take the bad rate just to cover your gas. That is a subsidized commute. You are just letting the passenger pay for your gas. What if you are stuck in a bad location and the app goes quiet? You need to move. Driving in a straight line is a mistake, and let me tell you all about the zigzag pattern. Why does driving in a straight line make you invisible to the algorithm? But if you do a zigzag pattern, you get ride offers. If I'm sitting and waiting for around 15 minutes, and I'm not getting any things, right? And I need to move around 5 miles. The algorithm tracks your vector if you're going in a straight line. It predicts where you might be down the line, and then it holds rides for you. Instead, personally, go 2 miles straight, then I turn and go 90 degrees another way for 2 miles. So, just in case if the algorithm is holding a ride, because I'm going completely in a different direction, it might release that offer and give it to me before I'm too far away. So basically what I'm trying to tell you here is stop going from point A to point B 5-10 miles and just try it. Go like the steps on the stairs in your house. Go up a little bit for 2 miles, go right a little bit for 2 miles, go up 2 miles, go right 2 miles. Start working or driving in a non-traditional pattern. See if it unlocks rights for you, and if it works for you, let me know and everybody else in the comments. The algorithm predicts where you will be 5 minutes from now. If you drive in a straight line, it saves rides for your future location. By turning 90 degrees, you break the vector and force the system to give you the rides that are right next to you. some set up AI trading on my phone and just watch it for a month. I will be in the app 3 times. Did it. 3 days later, I called him and I told you. Another way to try this is go towards the freeway, and instead of getting on the freeway, just pretend like you're going to enter the freeway and the entrance is coming. Just go straight and don't go on the freeway. Watch how many times you will get your ride, because the algorithm's going to predict that you're going to get on the freeway, then you're going to be a few miles down, and you're not going to be available for the ride that's available right around you, and they will release it, which means you already know not to get on the freeway, right? Try it, right? All right, zigzag action helps you get off. What about and switch Eats. Let me tell you what to do. Multiple offers from Uber Eats.
Remember random clickbait? I want to make them.
Multiple
And
trash
you're gonna help me.
or double offers from Uber Eats
We need to grab
into
some
a
cameras for
single
this.
good
Come on, let's get
offer
moving.
like a pro. Uber loves to offer bundle offers. Here's $25 for Uber Eats in 45 minutes if you want to take these 2 offers. You accept the delivery offer. Restaurant A is from a steakhouse and it's a nice, decent offer. But Restaurant B is not really a restaurant. It's fast food. Not fast food. It's a fast food restaurant, and the offer is like for $3 with a $1 tip, right? They screwed you over. They showed you a nice offer and then they bundled in a shitty offer with it because they don't have enough drivers. So, what do? Be patient and reject the double shitty offers and just sit there. Another double offer, objective, right? You know you're driving at a time where something's going on where Uber Eats, just like earlier when I showed you, they just don't have enough drivers. The supply of food orders is high. The supply of drivers is low. and Uber's trying to give you multiple offers, right? This actually happens with Uber also, right? Multiple stops and share ride. My point is very simple. Say hell no Uber and sit there patiently. Eventually, Uber's going to give you that single offer from that double offer, and you get the best part. Let's say the restaurant A offer for the steakhouse was around $20, right? But they bundled it together for 25 because they gave you a $5 fast food offer, right? You take the $20 offer with the steakhouse with a nice tip. It's only going to be 3 or 4 miles, and you ignore the other one, right? My point is very simple. If you keep saying no, eventually the double offer will split, and it'll show up as single offers, and then you take advantage of the shitty algorithm, especially when Uber is showing you that there's not enough drivers. And sometimes people ask me, why do you say Uber or Uncle Uber or F-U-B-E-R? Look, but I don't want to say it because one day my kids might watch these videos. F Uber. Uber. That's what it means. But I have to be careful. You know, my kids might watch this video with me. A double order is a confession. The algorithm is admitting it is short on drivers. If you reject the bundle, the system often panics and splits them into single just to get the food moving. You win by being patient. Do you really think the customers are going to keep ordering from Uber Eats or DoorDash if the orders are coming an hour late and the food is cold? I don't think so. Did you know that 73% of you are watching my videos but you're not subscribed? Come on, help me out. Just hit that subscribe button. Do I not educate you? Do I not entertain you and make you laugh? Do I not motivate you? Just take 1 second and double check for me. Now, a lot of drivers think the best way to make money is to take drunks late at night. No, no, no. The next tip and hack I'm about to share you, it's going to be the final tip, but it's going to be worth watching my videos till the end. Let me break it down. The morning after a busy night. Why is the hangover shift just as profitable as the night grind? Everyone grinds on New Year's Eve or Super Bowl evening or Valentine's Day in the evening, right? All these major holidays come. Most of us drivers love to grind at night. And most of you know you have to deal with passengers that love to vomit in your car. The hack is the morning after. Just think about this. New Year's Day, right? The day after Super Bowl Sunday, the day after Valentine's Day, or the next morning after Music Festival. The riders are sober. They've been partying all night, having a great time. They just want to go home. There are not enough drivers available. Do you know why? Because the drivers who are driving the drunks all night make a decent amount of money. But in the morning, they're too tired and they're going to sleep in. Now, I personally, you've seen my videos, I don't drive drunk people at night anymore. I let everybody else deal with it. Then I get up a little bit early the next day, and I still make the same amount of money. Low supply and zero chance of employment. Throttling isn't about you. It's about the other drivers. When you make too much, Uber pauses you to feed the starving drivers who are about to quit. They starve the winners to keep the losers online. Quick shout out to 43 YouTube members that are supporting this channel. Thank you for holding me down. Your support and your comments and the fact that you share my videos are a big reason I'm able to keep making these videos. God bless you. Now, let's put it all back together and wrap this video up. Summary plus what's next. My friends, the main point of this video is stop being a predictable driver. You have to learn to slow down and think. Pause for a second and feel if this offer is good for you. And then take the action. What I'm trying to tell you is think.
Who got juice? We got juice.
Then act and take the offer. Memorize that. Think, feel, act. And I can tell you, most drivers think, act, and they forget the feeling part. The algorithm relies on you being passive. So you do the opposite and you learn to be more alert and more active. Being a and a problem for the artificial intelligence, right? Because when you start thinking outside the box with these 8 hacks, the chances of you trying this means potentially your income might go up. You and I need to stop being predictable and use the patterns and the data and the hacks that I'm teaching. The more of us that do this, the easier in the long run it will be for all of us as drivers. And ultimately, you already know my solution, right? Start your own rideshare business. This is the first link in the description. Only click on that link if you want private clients and you want to stop driving for Uber, for pennies. Now, the next video is episode 10 of this series and the new way I've been creating videos. And it's a special one. So I have 2 offers for you. Let me know in the comments, do you want me to research and make a video on how to train the Uber algorithm? Or would you like me to go over the possible best 3 or 4 vehicles that you can use in order to drive for Uber? And one of these cars is actually going to appreciate in value and possibly make you money in the long run. If you're interested, let me know in the comments. If enough of you give me some feedback, that's the next video I will consider. Otherwise, I might do something else. Watch this video right here. It's the perfect follow-up to what we just covered today. Or click on this button right here and subscribe and help a Pakistani brother out. God bless you. I appreciate you. This channel would be nothing without you, without your comments, without you sharing, without you liking.
This is a sign to ditch the instant coffee. This is way better. See, coffee should be one of the healthiest things in our diet. But research shows that instant coffee contains 4 times the amount of phytotoxins as regular coffee, and is often dark roasted, which destroys most of coffee's healthiest compounds. That's why over 100,000 people have taken our free trial and switched to Excel Healthy Coffee. Just click the link and tell me where to send you a free bag of coffee. I'll even cover the cost of shipping, so it's completely free. But you didn't just click, you're still watching, which might be because you think it sounds too good to be true, or maybe it's a scam. I get it. A bag of organic, specialty coffee delivered to your door for free costs us a fortune. In fact, it's one of the most generous offers on the internet. Well, the reason I can do it and not go bankrupt is because most people who take a free bag taste how delicious it is, feel amazing, and lifelong customers. Not many companies can say that, which is why you don't see anyone else offering completely free trials. But look, I talk all day about how it tastes indulgent and chocolatey, how it's packed with polyphenols which support gut health, brain health, and even
Robert Patrick revealed that many major Hollywood directors and studio executives approached him to reprise his iconic role as the T-1000. However, he refused every offer, explaining that he felt he wouldn't be able to do justice to the character again. Robert believed it was better to leave the T-1000 as a masterpiece rather than risk ruining its legacy.
And the very simple answer is no. In all honesty, I feel like I put my stamp on that franchise. I think I left it all up there on the film, and I don't really know if I would like to revisit the character.
Not sure.
I personally feel like I should leave that performance alone and just let it stand. Be a standalone performance, you know. I don't know. I'm 54 years old. I don't think physically I could do.
Can you run like that?
I got a bad.
I'm disappointed.
I've slowed down quite a bit, so I don't know if I'd really. It would be to my advantage to revisit it.
Robert Patrick revealed that many major
Why does Uber win? Well, because it's rigged in their favor.
In 2023, a law professor published a paper with shocking implications. Her research found that tech firms like Uber and Lyft were using secret algorithms to dictate what drivers are doing based on factors we can't even see. She called it algorithmic wage discrimination. And this technology, or revolution, isn't restricted to rideshare companies.
Once that technology is in there, they can raise prices. On a hot summer day, you know, I want a lot of ice cream, I want lemonade. They're running low, they can raise the price.
The price of milk, even your paycheck, the very fabric of our economy, all controlled by invisible and unaccountable algorithms. So about a year ago, I started reaching out to the companies who largely denied it, only to contradict themselves a few months later. Then I reached out to the academics, and one of the frustrating things was that the evidence seemed to be in the shadows. A single study was called A Story from a Drive. It was mostly theoretical, until a few months ago, when I published a video that argued Uber's newfound profitability came at the expense of drivers and riders. He said, we were at the tip of the iceberg. So I called him. We talked. 2 weeks later, I was on a flight to Los Angeles, looking to settle the question once and for all. Are rideshare companies offering drivers different rates for the same work? What I found was the legality of this whole tech revolution in question.
Broken every single local, state, federal law when it comes to labor, when it comes to transportation.
That's Sergio Heredia. He sent me the email. He's an experienced driver and a senior contributor at the Rideshare Academy, an influential resource for gig economy workers.
We were used to something called a rate card. We were used to getting paid by time and distance.
Then, overnight, the transparency vanished, replaced by a secret.
Who the hell is taking these orders? So I got a whole another batch of Uber Eats orders. Nobody's thinking. $6.68 for 20.9 miles. It's going to take you 40 minutes to make $6. $6 for 12.7 miles. For two orders. Split that into two. $3 each. Yes, these are getting worse. $4.64 for 8 miles. $14 looks kind of tempting, but 21 miles? Look, that's a straight shot. That's going to be a complete round trip. What, 40 miles? What? Let's break this one down real quick. $19 is 3 packages you're picking up from Sephora. You need customer verification. How many miles? I mean, it looks good so far. 40 miles.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's only son will be the new Terminator, played by Joseph Baena, the son who is practically a clone of Arnold Rautzine, returning to 1991 and reviving the most iconic science fiction saga. Get ready, because the first images of the reboot have leaked and everyone is already talking about it. The physical resemblance is uncanny. Joseph trained at the same gym as his father, has the same impressive muscles, and perfectly recreated the classic scene with the leather jacket and sunglasses in the bar. It's like seeing a resurrected T-800. Even the posture, the look, and that cold, calculating attitude make you feel transported straight back to the 90s. Many claim that James Cameron secretly approved this to save the franchise and bet on the pure nostalgia of the original fans. Furthermore, rumors say the film will have spectacular visual effects, explosive action, and hidden references that only longtime fans will notice. The excitement and expectations are sky high. History is about to be written once again, and now, with the Schwarzenegger blood running through the veins of the new Terminator? Do you think Joseph Baena has what it takes to surpass his father, or will he end up destroying the Terminator legacy? Arnold Schwarzenegger's only son will be the new Terminator, played by Joseph Baena, the son who is practically a clone of Arnold Rautzine, returning to 1991 and reviving the most iconic science fiction saga. Get ready, because the first images of the reboot have leaked and everyone is already talking about it. The physical resemblance is uncanny. Joseph trained at the same gym as his father, has the same impressive muscles, and perfectly recreated. Perfectly recreated the classic scene with the leather jacket and sunglasses in the bar. It's like seeing a resurrected T-800. Even the posture, the look, and that cold, calculating attitude make you feel transported straight back to the 90s. Many claim that James Cameron secretly approved this to save the franchise and bet on the pure nostalgia of the original fans. Furthermore, rumors say the film will have spectacular visual effects, explosive action, and hidden references that only longtime fans will notice. The excitement and expectations are sky high. History is about to be written once again, and now, with the Schwarzenegger blood running through the veins of the new Terminator? Do you think Joseph Baena has what it takes to surpass his father, or will he end up destroying the Terminator legacy?
The T-1000 was so dangerous that Skynet itself may not have even fully trusted its own creation. In Terminator 2, the T-1000 isn't just another Terminator. It's something completely different. It's a prototype, an advanced prototype, made of mimic polyalloy, liquid metal, capable of becoming almost anything. And there is a scene in T2 where John basically says, "Is it like you?" And Arnold playing the T-800 is like, "No, it's not like me at all. It's an advanced prototype. This isn't even something that they roll out in use yet."
Not like me. 1000. It's a prototype. Yes. Polyalloy.
But here's the terrifying part about the T-1000. Even Skynet itself feared what it had created. The T-1000 was advanced beyond anything the machines had ever built before at that time. Unlike the T-800, which follows rigid programming and mission parameters, the T-1000 could learn and adapt and potentially evolve its own
personality over time. And you do see this lore expanded on in the Terminator TV show, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, which aired for 2 seasons on Fox. There's a variant of the T-1000 called the T-1001, played by Shirley Mason. This thing is named Catherine Weaver. The show heavily implies that Skynet did not fully trust this advanced liquid metal Terminator the way they trusted the 101 series. The T-1000 wasn't just efficient, it was unpredictable. Think about it. The 101 model T-800 talks like a machine. It looks like a machine. It carries itself like that. The T-1000 blends in like a human. It smiles, it mocks people, it improvises, it enjoys the hunt, the fun of chasing John. And Skynet may have realized that once something can perfectly imitate humanity, it might eventually stop taking orders altogether from its master, the main computer, Skynet. Some of the expanded lore even claims the T-1000 had behavioral inhibitors placed on it because Skynet feared it could become self-aware and uncontrollable, which makes the ending of Terminator 2 even crazier. When the T-1000 starts glitching in the steel mill rapidly, morphing into random objects and people it had already copied, it almost feels like the machine itself is breaking down mentally and physically. It's losing its cohesion as the advanced AI in it collapses. When Skynet created the T-800, it created a weapon. When it created the T-1000, that was the moment Skynet accidentally created a monster that could be a threat to itself. Don't forget to let me know what you guys think in the comments. The T-1000...
I love about the Uber Eats. They already to feed my customers. They already finding new algorithms for me, new jobs, which is fantastic. Versus just eat. Doesn't work like that. This is a very clever algorithm solution for Uber Eats. I'm really surprised with how fluent and how quick they are. So if this one is super busy, I would probably use for the right now, even though I haven't seen this one. This is pretty interesting. Let's do that. My customers. I love about the Uber Eats. They already see
Learn how to break the Uber algorithm. Right now, you will see $1.50 right where I dropped off a passenger, and they're giving you what? $7.80 to go 11 minutes 2 miles away, and then go another 11 minutes for 3 miles. That's going to take up half an hour.
Is money possible on Uber Eats? Then you got to understand the platform. You got to understand the algorithm. Orders are sent out a certain way, and the more you understand this, the more you could use that knowledge to your advantage. Knowledge is power. Let's go. Today we're covering the Uber Eats app and how orders are sent out, and a few other side topics we'll get into. We're just going to get right into it. Don't want to waste your time. When you first log into Uber Eats, most of the time you're going to be spammed with a few orders as soon as you log in. Most of the time these orders are not going to be very good though. Why is that? I've been paying close attention over the years, and I noticed they'll send you the orders that have been sitting the longest first. Now, normally these are the orders with low tips, bad or decent pay. So that's why when you first log in, you might see $5, 10 miles, $2, 3 miles. You get the point. So it's very important to understand that Uber Eats are going to send you the bad orders first. Combine that with the fact that they incentivize you to have a high acceptance rate. Say, for example, you want to keep your acceptance rate over 30, 50, or 70%. You're going to be more inclined to accept one of those first few orders that probably aren't the best orders available, but they have been sitting the longest. Let me know if you agree with my theory on how Uber Eats orders are sent out. I've been paying close attention, and I would be extremely surprised if this wasn't the case. Normally, I'll log on, I'll get a few bad orders, I'll have to wait a couple minutes, and then I'll get a good, fresh order. Once you get through all the orders that have been sitting,
daily dose of
more likely to get a fresh order, a new order, and that's more likely to be better paying because it hasn't been sitting and other drivers haven't been able to accept it yet. So all this information you could use to your advantage to help increase your hourly income on Uber Eats. Hold on, gotta check in with security. I have an order for post 2. Is that around the other side?
Down at the bottom of gate 1. This is gate 2 here. You drive the line all the way down to the other side.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Whatever, I'll find it. Delivering a Target order. I'll put it on the screen for y'all. I think it was $17, 11 miles. Yeah. You're going to want to understand that the first few orders are going to be bad. They want to entice you to take those orders to keep your acceptance rate high, to receive priority for high-paying orders, but you got to take low-paying orders in order to get priority for the high-paying orders, so not worth it in my market, in my opinion. So Uber Eats used to give you about 7 minutes extra to get to the restaurant for pickup and to get to the drop-off location, but recently they changed that to 2 to 4 minutes. I believe that coincides with Uber Eats launching the hourly pay. I believe that is why Uber Eats reduced the extra time you receive to arrive for pickup and drop off. My on-time rating has dropped from like 97 to like 87. I'll share that with you. It doesn't seem to be too important for the priority. For example, you only need a 70% on-time rating, so they know they're not giving enough time, and they're not going to penalize you for it if your on-time rating gets to say under that. Lastly, cancellation rate. Now they're changing it to a 15% maximum cancellation rate. As long as you keep it under that, you won't get fined. Just got to my drop-off, so contact the here, contact the customer, get to my Target groceries, proceed with my day. If you have any questions about the Uber Eats app or algorithm or call, please share them down below. Subscribe to the channel if you enjoyed this video. We all
My signature is ready. Now available, free amputation. Bandage incoming!
Transfer your old license and trading to 1-2 and start building wealth today.
This is one of the top questions I get asked as a personal finance expert. It's a myth that you need a lot of money to get started. With the Moneybot Stocks and Shares ISA, it's super simple to get started investing for just £1. And you can top up weekly or monthly with auto payments too. Any gains you make are tax-free, and it's easy to track in the app.
In this video, I'm going to show you how Uber manipulates both drivers and riders in order to conduct one of the most diabolical payment systems the world has ever seen. And even more importantly, I want to show drivers how they can use that to their benefit and hopefully help you earn a little more money. I ended up making a pretty penny on New Year's Eve, and instead of just listing out advice on how to earn more money as a driver, I figured I'd show you in practice. Now, I'm going to wait until the end of the video to show you what my actual earnings were for the night, mainly because the amount I'm going to show is unbelievable, at least in terms of Uber earnings in 2025. And I don't want people to get the wrong idea. This is not a lucrative gig. In fact, in my market, Philadelphia, on most days, it's barely a break-even enterprise. Most days, the offers Uber gives you look like this. Think, for a trip like this, after expenses, you're making less than minimum wage. But there are still certain times where you can make a little money if you play it right. So I just dropped somebody off. It was actually a really good fare. It was so good that it's actually why I decided to screen record these offers Uber was giving to me. The riders I had just dropped off had paid $39 for their fare. Well, they actually paid $47, including their tip, which was very generous. In case you're wondering, drivers get 100% of the tip, so anyone who does tip their driver, it's very much appreciated. And so I ended up clearing $43 for a 10-minute trip. Again, this is not normal. And before we get to how I earned that much, a little side plot that we'll come back to later. From that $46 the rider paid, Uber kept a little less than $4. They itemized this $1.43 differently than their service fee, which that right there is a topic that deserves its own video. But even if we go by that baloney accounting, Uber profits $2.23 from this ride. Again, remember that for later. So I dropped those riders off somewhere down around here. Now, the first thing I want you to notice about my screen recording, other than the ridiculously high surge pricing, is that I'm offline. See, every single ride I take after I accept it, I make sure I click Stop Accepting New Requests. And I do this for two reasons. The first and foremost is safety. You are about to see how incredibly distracting the Uber app is with the offers they throw at drivers. And keep in mind that this screen recording that I'm about to show you, all of these offers are being made to me while I'm driving. I mean, I just saw a story in Philly of how an Uber driver crashed into a parked tractor trailer. And unfortunately, the Uber passenger was killed. I doubt Uber would ever release this information, even though I'm sure they have it. But I would bet any amount of money that at the time of the crash, the Uber driver was looking at her phone, deciding on whether or not to take a request. So long ago, I started turning off new requests because the last thing I want to do is be driving, following a GPS because it's not like I know where I'm going without it, having a conversation with the people in my car, and deciding on the offers Uber is constantly throwing at me. And when I started doing that, what I found was the second reason why every driver should do this. See, when you're on a trip, you don't see where the map is surging. So Uber can offer you any amount of money, and you would be none the wiser on whether or not it's a good deal for you. And I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 times when I'm on the app driving and I can't see the map, the surge amount that Uber offers me is less than either the area I'm in or an area that is literally blocks away. Case in point, when I had dropped the riders off that I just mentioned, I was in a $12 surge zone. When I drive 5 minutes to the other side of town, I'm in a $30 surge zone. And I know typically the sound advice is don't chase the surge, but it was a super busy night being New Year's Eve, and it was only 1 a.m. I know that bars in that town don't close until 2. So basically, I'm betting that even if the surge doesn't stay at $30, which I wasn't sure that it would, there's still going to be somewhat of a surge when I get there. So really, what I was risking was 5 minutes of time. And for that $18 difference, that's definitely worth it. And as you're watching this, I want you to think, for every ride that I reject, someone else out there is accepting it, because that's how Uber works. When a driver doesn't accept the request, Uber passes it along to the next driver, sometimes increasing it by a few cents until eventually somebody does accept it. Now, this is Uber's way of applying pressure to drivers, scaring them to take rides, asking me if I'm still there. At the end of the day, they cannot deactivate somebody for not accepting requests. We're independent contractors. They would get sued to high heavens if they did that. And I would be the first plaintiff on that lawsuit. Now, right here, a $28 fare for 30 minutes of driving. Why would anybody accept that if they knew that 2 minutes away they would be in a $30 surge zone?
When I became a dad, I realized I can't just keep ignoring my pension, because it wasn't just my future anymore. Like most people, I had a bunk.
They knew that 2 minutes away, they would be in a $30 surge zone. See, now right here, because I didn't accept requests, they logged me off, right? Oh no, what happens now? I sign back on. That's all that happens. That's the only risk you're taking by not accepting requests. The simple fact that you have to log back. And that's it. Now again, a $28 fare for 30 minutes of driving. If I just wait 2 more minutes, 2 more blocks of driving, I'll be in a $30 surge zone. So I'll make more from the surge just from that entire fare alone, driving 30 minutes. And again, drops me down to $8. Now think about what that means. That means 2 blocks away, I'm earning $22 less. $36 for a 24-minute ride. On a normal day, that's not a bad thing, but I know that 1 block away now, I can have $30 just in the surge alone. Again, I'm still in an $8 surge area because this is where all the bars are, which is where all the Uber drivers are hanging out, and they're on the app, so they don't know that 2 blocks away, they're on a trip, so they don't know that 2 blocks away, it's a $30 surge zone. Once again, you saw an offer for $28, 30 minutes of driving, less than the surge in itself. Here it goes again. Kick me off the app, offer me a trip, say, are you still there? It's doing everything it can to incentivize me to take a trip before I get to the $30 surge zone, because they don't want to pay me the $30. Boom. Now look, if you notice, this does have the $30 surge included, but it's a 40-minute trip. Why would I drive 40 minutes away from the busiest area on the map? And holy smokes, look at what we got here. So because I waited and got kicked off the app a few times, and I did take on a little risk because it wasn't guaranteed that I would ever get a ride like this, I ended up getting a 7-minute ride for $34. That is a stupid rate. You know how stupid that is? It's so stupid that Uber lost money giving me that ride. The way this works is, when I have a $30 surge, what Uber is going to do is give all the other rides that come up to other drivers that don't have that surge attached to them. It makes sense, right? If I'm in the $30 surge area and there's another car in the $15 surge area, why would Uber pay me when it could pay somebody else half as much? And that's what Uber's going to do, give rides to the other drivers that they can pay less. But because I was patient and all those other drivers scooped up the rides that I was rejecting, eventually I was the closest driver available to take that 7-minute ride. And because I had the $30 guarantee, Uber ended up having to pay me more than what the rider paid. And of course, Uber does this because to them, providing a reliable and fast service to riders is worth it to them, even if it means that 1 out of 100 rides they have to lose money on it, because they know 99% of drivers out there aren't going to do this and instead keep giving rides for low prices. So they'll sacrifice losing money on a few rides here and there for the sake of remaining a very reliable and quick option for the rider. Now, you might be wondering, what the hell is the problem here? You just earned $35 for a 7-minute ride that works to be over $300 an hour. A ride where Uber lost money. And you got an issue with that? Of course not. That's not the point I'm trying to make by sharing these numbers. I'm trying to paint a picture of how Uber manipulates and changes the price literally by the second. In this instance, it's taking advantage of riders who are drunk and want to go home on a busy night. And it works for drivers on a night like this because, and only because, it's the rare instance where the supply of drivers is lower than the demand for drivers. But that only happens on a very few select nights of the year. For 99% of the year, the supply of drivers far exceeds the demand for rides. Think about the implications of that. Instead of forcing the rider to overpay the typical price, Uber can charge the rider a regular price, but drastically underpay the driver. Or, what's even crazier, and I've seen this firsthand, they'll charge riders surge pricing, but not give the drivers a surge. That way, both the rider and the driver can get hosed, and Uber can drivers a surge. That way, both the rider and the driver can get hosed and Uber can really clean up. And to prove I'm not just some disgruntled Uber driver talking about some conspiracy theory I cooked up in my own head, check out how Uber takes advantage of this particular scenario. At this point in the night, they've dropped the surge, so I'm only going to get an extra $4.25 from my next trip. But Uber is going to charge this rider $43 for a 10-minute ride, and then turn around and give me, the driver, less than 50% of that. And that's how Uber looks 99% of the time when the supply of drivers outweighs the demand. And in case you were wondering what was going on with the Uber app after I just accepted that request when it said confirming if you're the best match, that's literally the Uber app seeing if there's other drivers in the area that will do the ride for cheaper. It's like they already have one. They already have me knowing that I would do it at that price. So let them try to bid on other drivers in the area for a lower price and see if anyone else will accept it. I mean, if you look at what just happened, it looks like they had found another driver. That driver might have canceled and then they gave it back to me. Any driver will tell you that it's not uncommon to accept a request and then it disappears. And that's exactly what Uber is doing when it does that. Remember that ride I showed you at the start of the video where I said I would have earned less than minimum wage if I took it? Guess how much that would have cost the rider? $36 if, I didn't have that promo. More than 3 times what the driver gets paid. That's what Uber looks like the overwhelming majority of the time. I mean, look how many cars that are just sitting, waiting for a ride in this 2-mile radius. Think of it like this. There are 7 cars in the vicinity that Uber can offer this ride to. What Uber's going to do is to make an offer to one of the drivers in this area for as little as possible. And remember, they're using a high-powered algorithm with data points of drivers' past history. So they'll start with the lowest possible price that they think the driver will accept, and then offer it to the driver with the highest chance of accepting it. If he says no, they'll just move on to the next driver, maybe bumping it up a few cents if they think it's necessary. When you order an Uber and it says pairing you with a driver, that's what the Uber algorithm is doing. It's like a reverse auction, seeing what driver will take the ride for the least amount of money. Ironically, I checked the same ride again just a few minutes later, and it was more expensive. And I know you might be thinking, charging 40 cents more sounds trivial. And I want to be clear, I'm not the type that cares if Uber's making money. I know a lot of people would say, oh, well, they're charging 40 cents more millions of times a day all around the world. But to me, I don't care if they make a profit. What's scary to me is the implications of this. What would happen if restaurants started changing the prices on their menu by the minute depending on how busy they were? Where the government started fluctuating toll prices depending on how much traffic happened to be on the road at that given time? Or what if companies started paying their workers more or less depending on how business was going at that time of the day? I know you might be rolling your eyes thinking, well, that'll never happen. And to that I have to say, there's an entire taxi cab industry that was sure the government would never let non-commercial cars start giving commercial fares, let alone do so by literally price gouging its customers and underpaying its drivers. Here we are. And I know you might be thinking, well, Uber is voluntary. Nobody's forcing these people to drive. Why are people accepting these trips if they're so bad? Now, that's a whole can of worms that a lot of people aren't going to like the answer to, so I'm going to save that for a different video. So click subscribe if you want to see me polarize my audience with some harsh truths. So because of my high rejection rate and my patience and willingness to take a little risk, because again, sometimes I do this and it doesn't work out and I miss out on rides. I got to be clear about that. My total earnings for New Year's Eve was this. And I know it says online time was 6 hours, but it was really 7. There's some time where I signed off the app to find a better spot, and I spent about $14 in gas. So after gas, my hourly worked out to be almost $53 an hour. Of course, that's before the expenses that come with car maintenance and the taxes I'll have to pay on that. I hope this video helps, and if you are interested in finding out who is accepting these garbage offers that Uber is offering, you can click this video here. Thanks for watching.
You could do the 52-week challenge with me. I've nearly set aside £1,378.
Bobcat. I'm looking at Bozzy's latest blueprint for a freezing trap. It's really cool. Let's try this out and build a prototype. Start by finding some materials for constructing the trap. Bobcat. So, Des knew someone who worked with a totally legal chem. I'm sure we could, you know, liberate some. They'd be very useful. He lives not too far from there. It's worth checking out his room.
screwed now.
West on Timbrel Avenue toward Folks Avenue.
southwest on Timbrell Avenue toward Folks Avenue.
Nothing here. Oh, now I remember. He was getting evicted by his landlady that day for playing music too loud. Then she confiscated his shit. Rude. I wonder if she's still... I've got an idea. Let's have some fun. Go find some speakers. Time for a well-deserved party.
What? What? I don't know nothing about a sandwich. I don't, Rich. I haven't even looked at my phone. Yeah, and I haven't looked back at my phone since. I'm just fucking falling asleep. Yeah.
I'm not very good.
What is it?
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll put it on in a minute. What did you ask for? Okay. Bye. Stop it.
My signature is ready. Now available, free amputation. juice, we got juice. You guys are so screwed now.
I know.
gotta be honest. Y'all have been looking so weak lately. You been skipping leg day again? Go fetch some protein powder for them sweet gays.
temperature is ready. Now available, free amputation. Daily dose of vitamins. juice, we got juice. so screwed now.
buff zombies nearby. Maybe they have protein bars on them. Let's make some noise.
Free amputation.
Creators S23 phone.
Yeah.
Why did you get it? Dad. Bye.
fuck with you with these algorithms. And the fucking algorithms rip your fucking box off, you know, trying to fucking honest. The fucking algorithms. Fucking algorithm. Fucking algorithm. Geez, second level. Get a fucking algorithm.
headed our way. Get ready to show them what you got. Don't let them in. Game face is on, Bobcats. And don't forget to use the workbenches.
See it? I think that's it. Putting up a med station.
Don't let them in. We're in for some serious pain if they slip past. They're knocking at the door. We gotta get rid of them now.